Hello everyone and welcome to yet another live coding and chill. I'm your host Johnny, delighted to be here. Hope you're having an amazing weekend. Let me know what you're up to. Whatever it is, I hope it's super fun, and we will be having super fun today by going through a long agenda trying to improve the game we started last week for the MinnHax GameJam. Hello Mike, my weekend so far has been great. How was yours? Very fast on the trigger on the chat. I appreciate that, Mike, as I appreciate your continued support by watching this and interacting in the chat. Always love your company. So, let's see what we have so far. We're making a 2D game in Godot, very original, and we've been doing quite well. I think we're threatening to enter the threshold where we actually have a game with a gameplay loop, and that's the thing that we'll try to achieve today. So, new graphics, just dropped. New stuff this week, but let's recap where we've ended up. Last week we had this little office setting with these enemies that we managed to pathfind our way into making them chase us, chase the hero. We are the hero, this person with the hoodie. We've added some collectibles that we can pick up. These things that are supposed to be milkshakes, but they're so small they could be cookies. They're supposed to be smoothies or something, but they could be like ice creams. And we have this dash mechanic. I've added this dash mechanic with after images. It looks awesome. I always loved it. Ever since I first saw it in like Castlevania Symphony of the Night, a million years ago. And we do take damage if we hit the globos. Regardless, we do restore health when we pick up a smoothie. And that's about it. I've added some practical... some practical particle effects, but the main thing is this dash with the stamina meter here. And one of the things we may want to do today is make it so if you dash on the enemies, they just get smashed into a stunned state, and they leave the screen, they leave your way, you don't get damaged. But we'll also want to have consequences for getting it all the way to no health. We want a game over retry loop. Mike says, your boss asked you to work this weekend without pay. That sounds horrible. That doesn't sound okay. Sorry, I'm laughing, but it's like a tragicomic situation where you have to laugh. If you can't laugh, what can you do? You can work on game dev instead, which is what we're doing here. So I've designed this little level that, you know, if you look at this part where I've taken inspiration from an asset pack, then it looks awesome. And when you look at the parts where I've just put things together myself, it doesn't look that great. But the idea is that our hero starts here in the ice cream shop. It has a few customers. Maybe they're seated in this area. This is supposed to be the restaurant seating area, if you don't want a takeaway ice cream. And our goal is to go into our storage fridge area and get as many ice creams as we want and serve them back to the customer. So that's going to be the thing that we'll be trying to achieve today. First thing we need to do is to get the camera to move. First, I thought that we'd have like a stationary camera game, but that's not going to cut it, because you can see like we go through the door and then we just disappear off screen. So we want the camera to follow the player in a nice way. Maybe we'll want like some cutscenes or something, but we'll see. The idea is you keep going up, and the further up you go in the game, the more enemies there will be, the more drops there will be as well, or maybe rare drops. If you make it here, maybe there's like 50 pieces of ice cream or whatever we're gonna collect. So that's awesome, but maybe we'll have like a little mini boss patrolling here, so it will be hard to get there. And don't forget, it's not just going in there. You also need to make it out alive without getting knocked out. So it's one of the mechanics in games that I love. It's push your own luck. Like you choose how much risk you want to get. If you want to just dive in and get one ice cream at a time from the safe zone, you're free to do that. But if you are brave, you can get more ice cream for your buck and your time. But if you're too brave, then you get knocked out and you get nothing. Mike asks, is it easy to make it multiplayer and is it possible to host a database in Supabase? Well, you can do anything given infinite time, as I love to say. This has no database. I think there are solutions made for games, for high score leaderboards and that sort of things that you may want to use for something like this. I see it as having a leaderboard so you can compete with your parents more easily. But I haven't used, well, I'm not a game developer just yet, so I haven't used multiplayer solutions for anything. But as far as I understand, because Unreal Engine and Unity are more mature with that stuff, there are many more things that you can have out of the box when it comes to multiplayer and getting that support from you. I'm not sure if Godot has like easy tools to do those things for you. And I think none of them would use Supabase to do the things that you need to do on the server to make sure that everyone is doing the same actions. I know that Unreal Engine, I've seen like a few tutorials and stuff, and they have a lot of things that are all about the actions that can happen on the server. So the server needs to register that you moved somewhere in order for them to be unhackable. So the server decides. It's not like on your machine, you say your speed is like 5 million and then you teleport all around, or wall hack or something like that. I don't know if Godot has something like this, but I'd be surprised if there are not dedicated solutions for this. I think Azure, of all things, is quite popular for games, but I don't know. That would be just my uninformed understanding of how things work there. Short answer is, do I know how to do multiplayer on this? Not yet, but maybe if we have time, it would be fun to at least do like couch co-op. I see this as compete with leaderboards that are online and having offline multiplayer. That would be fun. Game dev is all about WebSockets. I guess you not want the real-time connection. You wouldn't want to poll the server. So that's probably correct. I'd say with large certainty that you establish a connection and you get like the messages from the server out that says, this person moved there, or you took damage or whatever else. But that doesn't mean that it's using Supabase, because most things use WebSockets. Supabase that uses them for the real-time connection. But there must be something that is more tuned to the needs of games than Supabase. But I don't know. And again, I think Microsoft makes sense. Azure is Microsoft. Has more on that space. I think more and more games are using Azure. I'll have a look. I'll have a look for next time. So first goal for today would be the camera, and I'll go to our agenda view to put down the timestamp for if that way not secure. No, WebSockets can be as secure or insecure as any other request. Like HTTP request can be secure or insecure. WebSocket request can be secure and not secure, can be over the secure protocol or not. There are things that you can do that make it insecure, even though you're going through a secure connection. It's all on you. It's not, there is nothing inherent to WebSockets that make things insecure. All right, so big desktop view done, recap done. Hope you like the game so far. Hope it's looking nice. And our first challenge for today will be to make the camera track the player. So again, if you're using timestamps and you've skipped, the movement system is still in place. It's like physics-based movement, so it's kind of like you're on skates. Maybe I'll add rollerblades on the hero, but it's stationary. So I want to go up and get more ice cream from the upper side of the screen, but I cannot, sadly. Because I don't see where I'm going and it's dangerous. There's going to be monsters there. So an easy way to do this with Godot is to just attach the camera object into the hero. So if I make this, make this inactive. So my main camera. Is there like an active one? Is there an active one? No. Let's say enabled probably. The one. So enable controls whether the camera is active. I was expecting like an is active flag. And if we go to our hero scene, here's our hero. They have the particle effects, all the good stuff. If we add the camera to the hero, so child of the hero is the camera, it's going to be enabled by default. So if I play my restaurant scene now, immediately it's going to zoom in on the hero, and then that's it. You have a follow along camera, and we can make it through the whole thing, and it's going to be following us just fine. So not final design of the level. And we can enable position smoothing if you want. Like if you don't have position smoothing, if it just keeps the player on the center, then you lose sense of speed, I find. So let's see. I wonder if the bigger the speed, the quicker it moves into position. I guess so. So if we make this 5 pixels the default, not great. Could it be drag? Oh, you can do margins like this. Interesting stuff. Anyway, we've made the speed be as slow as possible. It looks like it's moving kind of smoothly, but it's still like the hero cannot outrun it. So imagine we have AI-based NPC in game. Yeah, the enemies are AI. They are AI NPCs. And we want to have even more enemies that will do all sorts of cool things. So top margin. Let's do 0.9 to see if that makes a difference. Nope. How come this changes nothing? Because I'm doing them on the wrong camera. Classic Tony. So we have this camera 2D that I should be changing all along. Let's see the default for smoothing. This should look different, but that's why I made it to the office scene, to the restaurant scene, messing the wrong camera. Let's see. So yeah, now you can see that the camera is starting to need a bit of time to catch up, and you can probably outrun the camera, and then when you stop, it actually stops. Cool. So let's tweak it a bit further. I guess if the speed is 48, then it will catch up much faster. You can actually try it out in this scene, but it's... Yeah, so no difference here, because I assume this is pretty much my speed. 4 pixels was nice. Again, I did the incorrect one. So 4 pixels, let's say, and let's have a look at the drag for vertical and horizontal, why not? Let's see what the default settings do. So it will stay like this, and only when we go closer to the edge of the screen, it will start moving, which is nice. And go to the correct one. Maybe the side margins, because we won't have a lot of side scrolling here. Maybe we can do it 0.8, 0.8, and top 0.5. Mike says, you wonder how game servers are able to handle 10,000 users at the same time, logging in at the same time. The answer is Sardin. So it's replication. So it's not just one server handling 10,000 people, it's multiple servers that are handling 10,000 people. And that's one of the reasons in earlier massively multiplayer or online RPGs like Ultima Online, which was the first one I played, and EverQuest, which was the first one that I played a lot. I played so much that I was burned out by the time WoW, World of Warcraft, came out. Anyway, that's one of the reasons why they asked to pick a server, like the European, like Ultima server, or you know, Armageddon server, or whatever they were called, Elune server, because that was one reason, one way to only put like 10,000 players inside one server, but even that server cluster was clustered even further and started even more, which is why in small dungeons you'd only be able to instance with like your 4 or 5 friends for a small group. And then as technology got better, we started having raids where you'd have like 50 people joining or hundreds or whatever. But as usual with engineering, the answer was breaking the problem apart into smaller pieces. So even though it feels like you're playing with 10,000 more people, the truth is that it's kind of breaking down how many people they are handling at the same time over multiple servers. And very unlikely they're doing something that's like super performant using a language like Elixir, which is for WhatsApp and stuff like that. Yeah, that's something that is famously on Elixir, on Erlang actually, and that's why it's like so performant, but not for games. Games needed to do other tricks to be performant. All right, so I actually want the camera to scroll much more. Yeah, I want the camera to scroll much earlier. I do want you. I do want to keep the camera mainly in the middle. So let's see what we've done here. Let's say no vertical actually, dragon. But the left and right, let's keep it as it is. So you got a position that you like, it's kind of fine. And I don't think you can outrun the camera. At least not at that stage. So it's looking fine. John Carmack, known nowadays for being a pioneer in virtual reality and having a degree, I think, in physics and rocket science nowadays, famously says video games are hard. Video games are really hard. Much easier nowadays, but it depends on what you want to do. If you are in the World of Warcraft team for Blizzard, you'll have many people to guide you, I'm sure. I don't know, I haven't read Jason Schreier's new book, which is a Blizzard expose a bit. Alright, so here we are having fun with the camera logic. That's one way to do it, but what if we want to have some code that controls the camera at the same time? So what if we wanted to have like some cinematics where we zoom in on the player whenever they reach like the starting area or for the beginning of the game, and then we zoom out and then we actually target the player. So there must be, I think we'll attempt to do it in yet another way. So we've spent a bit of time doing it the easiest way possible. Game devs have a backend and frontend. Yeah, I guess like backend could be the servers that we're talking about. Especially for multiplayer games, but even for games, like every game is online nowadays, so every game has a backend. But frontend would be the actual game itself, and not a website. I don't think internally they'd classify it like this, but there is that split. Cool. So, and there are actually SaaS services that are companies that are offering services all about being able to handle tons of users. One of the perks of Unreal Engine itself, but third parties too. I think, was it Impossible Labs? There was like a famous company. Improbable? Maybe Improbable is the name. Anyway, I don't know much about them. So I will say no more. So the situation is we've implemented a follow camera the easy way by putting it inside the hero, but that makes it kind of harder to touch with code. You'd be able to touch it on like the hero script, or you'd have the hero exposing the camera. I think it's fine for most games, but for some reason my intuition is telling me that I don't like it. For example, we do this effect on hit where we shake the camera, and then we need to get the camera from inside the hero scene. I don't know, I'm not convinced. So I want to try a way where we use a camera we've just put on any scene that we're potentially more easily able to move around and have the same effect. Unfortunately, it feels like since the camera 2D node that we're using is so awesome when you put it inside another node like the hero character here, they would have something to tell you, target this thing, follow it, and everything's gonna look the same. But they haven't done it. They haven't done this. So I'm gonna recreate whatever we had before. Is there a framework for virtual reality game dev? Yeah, even Godot here has Godot XR. I think one of the latest blog posts was about this. But the big engines that you may use, they have libraries that make developing in VR, AR easier. So for Godot, it's Godot XR, and the more mature libraries have even more. So it's actually quite easy. I think it's harder to get your hands into like a PlayStation VR or even an Oculus Quest and pay the money than it is to develop for VR. The tooling is quite good, actually. Really good. That I know. Right, so we have the camera here. I have the same variables for position smoothing. What does limit do? Whether it will stay a specific way out of a target, I assume. The anchor point, you cannot select a character, which is the thing that I would want. You can select a zoom level, which is great. And the question is, how do I make this thing follow the player? So I'm thinking that in the player again, we could add what Godot calls remote transform 2D, which replicates the position information of whatever it is inside. Remote transform 2D. And then we attach this to the camera. It is giving me like a little warning here. But I want to dynamically assign it to something that's not in this scene. Is that possible? That's the thing that I want to know. So I want to make this available. And I want to say in my hero script, already I want access to this. And I want to export a variable. This is going to be a node path. real thing. So remote transform remote path. So export that one. It's going to be equal to nothing. And on ready, I want on my remote transform set the remote path to whatever you've told me. So if my calculations are correct, for the restaurant scene here, I could take my hero character let's group this in a different group. Export group camera. What's a guess? We could call it anything, but I will call it nothing. Maybe an explanation. Does Godot support JavaScript? Unofficially it does, but I wouldn't do it. I will do this and learn Python while we're at it. Son says, looks like move fast and break things. Ways of coding with the attrappers. Indeed. Reference to the reference to the node that the hero position will be imposed on. Usually a camera 2D. So we have this, we have the hero in this scene, we have this new camera section, and I want to assign the camera to this. And now it should magically follow us. Let's see if we just did it. Just didn't. Did we enable the camera? Hope so. Well, I would hope not, but I guess the answer is yes. Here doesn't have a camera. We have this transform. What does it want? What else could we do? So if this doesn't work, could we add the remote path here? Oh, good. Easier. All right, so let's forget this ever happened. Remote transport 2D, bad idea. This never happened. This never happened. In the restaurant scene, instead, we could just add the remote transfer 2D as a child of the hero, and then just say, assign this to the camera, and then it will just work, surely. And it will just crash. Forgot when I said forget this ever happened. Forgot to remove all evidence. All right, so it worked. You can see that it's not centered to the hero. I guess because the way we've done the hero here, they're like on the top left of the screen. Which is, I guess, fair enough. But that's good. We just need to mess with some offset and then we're golden. And should we do something to make sure that all of this is a bit higher up? Am I brave enough to do it? I mean, it's like top down. So I guess this is the thing that should be kind of on 0, 0. So where is it now? 3, 6, 8. That's everything. Still. Huh. So let's see. Should be kind of fine. Right, so now the hero is exactly at the top. And can we do like an offset here? Ah, I had an offset on the camera, that was the problem. So now the camera is on 0, 0, and it just works. All right, got it. We went there. And it looks like all other parameters are enabled. So if we didn't do the position smoothing, then would always be exactly at the middle, which is not cool. But yeah. Maybe tiles should have some obstacles, should be movable. I think it'd be more fun to make them crash out of your way. But yeah, as far as the camera is concerned, I think we're good. What I'm thinking is that this would make it easier for our office level to have a script, for example. Maybe I will quickly do this. Let's say cinematic zoom out. Point scene start. Let's say that's the thing that we're gonna do now, just to prove why this is kinda useful. So all we did was add the remote transform 2D in the hero. This broadcasts the hero's coordinates to whatever we're saying here, and we're saying broadcast the coordinates to the camera. And the camera has a unique scene name, which means that if we go, should be named. If we attach a script to our restaurant level, this could extend level, maybe every level would have this, but that's by the by. We can say that on ready, well, first we can say that this has a reference to the camera. Go to our restaurant script and say function ready, none of these things. Camera zoom, so now it's on 1, 1. Let's say that it starts even more zoomed in. So vector 2, 1.5. Oh, Son says, game dev takes event handling to a whole new scale by the looks of it. It's all about event handling. Event handling, flags, which is why game dev is buggy, because as a wise friend once told me, where there's a flag, there's a bug. Right, so let's prove that we start with the extreme zoom. Not that extreme, but you can see that we're much closer to the player. And we'll want the cutscene to play and then eventually zoom out. So maybe we can create a new tween. Where have we created twins before? One here, for example. Still this. And we want to tween the zoom property of the camera. And we want to tween zoom, and we want to go to vector 2, 1. That's a and we want this to take like half a second. And that's it, I suppose. Let's see, do we begin with a cinematic zoom out? The answer is no. Right. Why not? Oh, because I deleted the initial resetting, the initial zoom. So first we want it to be zoomed in, and then we want to zoom out slowly. Then you start the game. So let's make this a bit faster. And everything is better. And the default easing mode is different. I want fast to slow. Is it this one? Slowest at both ends. Ease out, I guess. Goes down towards the end, and the default. Okay, so let's see it happen. Good. One second. Yeah, it doesn't look too bad. So border ease was nice. And let's add a little comment here to do. Some story to the game. Why do you need to grab all the ice creams? The story will tell you. All right. So yeah, the camera shouldn't move too much if you go left or right, which is nice, as intended. .6, but it does move a lot as you go up, which is what we want. And we could even do like a little nicety where we keep the player going a bit further, like we keep the camera looking actually a bit further ahead, because usually you're going up, then you need to go down, and then like, we kind of derive the location and have it look a bit ahead of where you are. Maybe that's what we want to do, but not for now. But just to check. Let's think of an offset here. So it's 1080 by 4, 270 minus 270. So you have a bit of a better idea of what is coming up. You can kind of outrun it, but not too much. Right, so I kind of like this. Maybe 0.5 is more correct. Maybe divided by 2 again, just a bit of an offset. So 1080 by 6, 180. Usually in web dev you do like columns of grids of 12 or similar. That's why I'm driven to split this up to 6 quadrants, sextants, I guess. Right, fine tuning. We're into the weeds now. Fine tuning the really small things. I'll definitely do more offline, but for now. So once you're here, you shouldn't get a lot of left-right saccades unless you get hit. All right, happy with that. Let's move on. Navigation time. So, as Mike says, this game would be boring without AI, so let's introduce some AI here. Let's introduce some enemies in this lovely level. Last week we introduced them into this level. These things will just chase you, and we need to do the same thing again. See that I messed up the after image here. So maybe I need to fix that. How do after images work? Well, there's a lot of logic there. Ask me and I will tell you. But maybe quickly, if we subtract the 24, because the sprite is 48, we'll make it appear in the correct place. Nope. Global position. Why? But why? What's the actual offset of the sprite? That's what I should be. Hello, time zone. How are you doing? Nice of you to drop by. Cool hourglass avatar as well. So minus 41, I guess, is what I've put there. We have a reference to the sprite, so we could actually get this position 1. Ah, set to the sprite global position. Surely that's what we want. I'm doing all right as well. Happy to hear. Come on, we can do this. All right, after images, back to being correct. Cool. So, last week's stream, we made those globos, blobos, ghosties, glitzes, whatever you want to call them, be able to follow us in this course full of obstacles. And we want to do the same thing. Mr. Akil asks, how many programming languages do you know? I know awful lot of them. I'd say nowadays, if you ask me, like, paid project, what would you do? I would definitely do JavaScript, TypeScript. I'll count that as well. That's one. And I would do PHP for sure. I think that's where I'm comfortable taking money from someone else to deliver a project. But if pressed, I would also do Python, GDScript now. Closer, and probably that's about it. Like, I can't get into Rails and Ruby and that stuff. But hey. Right, so how did we do the navigation stuff? We created a navigation region and we followed along quite a few steps. We start by creating the navigation polygon, which we can now reset and create a brand new one. And we'll want the monsters to chase us from here, let's say. This can be just a very rough vertical shape, like rectangular shape, but maybe it saves a bit on baking time if I try to follow along what I've done here, but I won't do it too much. Because maybe we'll have a room, we'll need room for secrets, but you can always change the polygon. Rust, C++, GDScript, and Grief. Nice, time zone. I may need to ask you about GDScript stuff. C++ I also learned quite a long time ago, but I think it's at the point where if you told me code this in C++, would I take money for a project like this? How much confidence would I have? Not much. I need a refresher. Can I move this point? But cool, Rust. We will be trying, and Sean in the chat also has been trying to do some stuff with Tori, and Rust can be tricky. So we may be trying some of that. I may be trying some of that soon in a live stream after Godot month. Right, so we've defined the polygon, we can bake it, but now the thing is that we wanted to be able to account for the tile map obstacles that we have here. So how do we do that? We'll need to go to the geometry and say we don't want its children, we want it in the same group with some children, and call the group navigation, which we've already done for these tile map layers here. So this node actually is in one group exactly. It could be in as many as you want, but the one we care about is the navigation group. So that's the clever thing we've done here. So everything inside that has a collision shape will be counted as far as the navigation region is concerned, because we've said source geometry group with children. The group is the navigation group. Cool. So now if we click bake, it should actually understand where it's not safe to touch, and we can tweak the radius a little bit of how far away we want things to be. So let's see what we fine-tuned last time. Cell size of 12 and radius of 20 seem to work well for us. So let's try the same thing. Quarter of the size of the pixel tiles. And radius of 20, did we say? Like a bit under the half. And let's bake again. And now it feels like it knows what the areas that the monsters are allowed to go are. Although I guess they can also go, like if they could go through the walls, they would be going in here as well. So I can ask, what is a complex language for me? Well, if I'm looking at it and I'm trying to understand what it does and steam starts coming out from my head, it's a complex language. And that happens for Haskell, for example. So not Closure. Closure is like, if I look at it hard enough, maybe like a bit of steam, but I'll understand and get in the zone. Haskell, I cannot. And in general, the lower level languages like C, like Rust, they are the ones that I consider more complex. The ones that are closer to the metal and have less utilities for me. Son says, you don't remember baking maps being so fast. Well, it is a 2D project. Maybe that helps. I don't know where you've done it. And also, this may be the one thing that this Mac is good for, this type of calculation. But yeah, it's like back in the day and with different workstations, every time you click this button, you go for coffee. And now it's like, click, done. Nice. Cool. So we have the navigation region baked. So we're ready to cook. And as a reminder, our glitz enemy characters, they have a navigation agent, which tells them, drop me in a navigation region and I'll be able to figure out where to go. And we've given them AI, we've given them logic to say, actually, start chasing the player, essentially. Is this where we've done it? Yeah. So this is the go back and forth thing that I could actually remove. Yeah, so we have this set movement target thing, which uses the navigation agent to figure out what the next stop should be to actually reach the goal, which is our hero. Cool, so this should just work perfectly first time, as usual. Let's drop a few bodies. And see what happens. All right, looks like they are chasing us. Good. Good, they'll chase us all the way. They don't really get stuck, but they also they don't have a navigation region out there. So by default, they're not gonna chase us actually. So that's cool. But it's not just that. This is actually quite funny, unexpectedly funny. So I thought they'd keep chasing me, but of course not, because the navigation region, I made them not able to go through that door. But I would like it if they resume their spawn position after this. And Yes, because now it's impossible. When you made it out, like you can never go in again because they're just blocking the door. You need to take the hit. Ah. Cool. Another thing that I didn't show last time is that in the navigation agent, so inside its splits, you can have the debug enabled flag, and that would show cute. Cute, I say. Stop. It's this scene I won't play. A red dot on where they want to go. So you can see the red dot already. Switch to full screen. So you can see the paths that they want to go if they have like an intermediary points. Hopefully you can see it. On the white tile it's going to be easier. And you can see how this changes as I weave along the path. So I found this quite fascinating. And when you're tweaking the values of the navigation agent or your navigation region, it's very handy to have this option, to have this on. And it just makes me feel cool, to be honest. Like, wow, I did this. Like, I just checked a button and clicked a few buttons to bake a few polygons. But, you know, this looks next level. A-star pathfinding achieved. Ah, where did these guys come from? The unintended effect of some of them getting stuck is that they don't all clump together. So that's quite fun. All right. And again, I've told them don't get out of there, so they'll just wait for me. They're like, come at me, bro, if you dare. Go through the door. So yeah, the navigation region, like it's like you're not allowed to go here, but the navigation region itself has like a little bit of an offset of like one of the things you can play around with is how much of an offset you can have from the navigation region you've specified. So if you want them to never get over the navigation region, then you tweak nothing. But if you want them to have some leeway, then that's something you can tweak at. Right, so I think that's goal 1 achieved. And enemy chases only when we are in a particular area. Kinda achieved. So let's say enemies go back to spawn when we're not in the danger zone. So let's say we want this because of two things. First is that they start chasing us immediately. And if we go too long, like horsing around exploring the level, then they've already blocked the door. And you need to take a hit to get in, which is not great. And second one is that after you've done your first delivery, then they'll just be spawn camping you or camping you. Almost. Anyway, it's just too annoying to get in. Like it feels like an unfair hit. So I would like them, if I actually go to the safe zone, for them to go back to their spawn position. So how do we do that? Let's figure it out on the fly. Let me look at the chat. Why is WebAssembly named that when it looks like JS? When you first knew about it, you thought like it looked like real assembly. Well, I guess the idea of WebAssembly is that you can assemble anything to run on the web, and you can use JavaScript to do it, which kind of defeats the point. But you can use any language with WebAssembly. So it could be assembly if you want it. Maybe the examples that you saw were literally using JavaScript. Or like another JavaScript style language, and not like a... But if you want to use a binary language, machine code, then you could, in theory, with WebAssembly. Naming things is hard. They could make it more clear. I am sure. On Windows, only 31.1% of the operating system strings are localized to other languages. That's an insane stat. Like Windows has been around for like how long? 40 years? It feels like that have gotten to everything. But of course, like more strings, the more years. But it's like a product they sell to so many markets. So to any other language, if it has like a translation in Spanish, is that covered in the stat, or is it like fully translated to 39 years? It's close. So if it's English and Spanish, does it count as localized to other languages in that stat? Or does it count as not localized because it's not localized in like 90% of languages that Windows is available on? That would make a bit more sense, because that's almost embarrassingly low. If you don't have the most popular languages covered in Windows or localized, at least if you only have 38% of like the top 5 languages in the world in Windows, that's embarrassing. If you have 38% of like every language in the world that Windows is available on, still not great, maybe bad, but more understandable, I'd say. So I'd be interested to know that. Popular 20 languages, yeah, there must be a limit there. I can only assume that they have like, for top 5, we have 99% coverage or something like that, because 38% for even top 5, that's so bad. So Son says, I guess, conditional enemy pass set for if the player node is in one room versus another. I guess it's solving that. Yeah, so let's see what we're doing here. The glitch enemy. So that stat was for Spanish. So 38% of Windows strings, only 38% have Spanish translations. Wow, 54% in French, which is more. That's way lower than I'd have expected. Wow. 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 What can I say? I feel like I haven't been trying and I know 38% of Spanish. Anyway, so when it's time for the enemy to go through the cycle, the tick, then we check if there is a player on like the blackboard, which is, I guess, an AI term of where to put anything useful that the AI wants to do. 8% for Russian. My wife as well will be devastated by that stat. 95% Chinese. That makes perfect sense. I would expect that they do want to cover this quite well, but I'd expect the same for Spanish. I don't understand. I don't know. I don't want to make assumptions on which PM draw for this. And Spanish is easier because it's a left to right language with Latin characters as well than Chinese. But at the same time, maybe the need to cover Chinese is bigger because it is so different than the Romance language. Right, so if we have the player in this Blackboard global thing, then we set the movement target for the glitch to the position of the player. But what I guess Son is saying is according to whether the player is in the room or not. If the player is in the room, we can tell them go to the player. If they're not, they can go to their initial spawn position. So that be the thing. Or we could just tell them go nowhere. But I guess they'll be in 2 states. They're not flipping left and right, which is something I did as a demo. So I don't actually need anything like that here. Would you see them? Nah, it's fine. So do none of that. Let's quickly make like a state string. And let's say idle and then do nothing, I suppose. Let's call it AI state, just because the physics state is also a thing. And string, unlike JavaScript, is uppercase like this. So for number. So we could say if AI state is idle, then do something else. Set the movement target to be this. And how do we change that is the question. There must be an event that we listen for. So maybe on ready, we can have the spawn position and it becomes the global position. So where you spawned, and if you're in the idle state, you just get a path to the spawn position. And you could move around there, like jitter around, but that's fine. The time zone says 6% Japanese, 28% Arabic, 78% pseudo-localized, and the rest less than 2%. I guess that's where Greek, my native language, is at. German 1.9. Wow. I wonder what are the functionality that what are the essential things that they translate, the 2% that they translate to every language, or the 1% that they translate in every language, and the ones that they never touch. Right. So if you're in the idle state, then you do this. Maybe we can do like a match AI state, and then we can do like idle, set this. But of course, I don't remember how match works. It is like this, just needed this. And if the case is chase, then we do this. Right, this is not behaving, so I'll just do my if else. If this, else, let's do this. All right, so in this case, I'd expect that they never comment me. I'm kind of waiting. This one is kind of flipping out. And just a debug triangle. We could also disable navigation if they're like, we could have 3 states, like going back to a position or something. Like cases like walking back, going home, chasing and idling, but that's for later. The question is, how do we flip them from the idle state to this? Oh, Son says that I mentioned generators a few months back and only found out this week that they are what's under the hood of Python as single presence. And came to your head because of the pattern matching here. And Timezone says Esperanto is highest at 99%, Maori is lowest at 0.2%, and the duplicate languages don't count in this, I suppose, with the English Great British version with extra U's, the EU one, English word, and English pseudo-localized, Spanglish. Right. So, how do we flip them in United States? That's how you do enums. We have another enum example anywhere. That's a refactoring problem for later. My big thing is how do we get them to the chase state? I do feel we can have an area 2D somewhere. And the moment the player leaves this area, then they're getting chased. So that kind of makes sense. So let's create an area 2D. Let's call it safe zone. And it needs a shape. And in our case, we'll give it a collision polygon. And try to build it again. I'm doing polygon stuff here. And let's say and we can have like bigger margins, but doesn't really matter. It could be even less accurate than this. And we can say if the player leaves the safe zone, then the enemies will chase them. I guess there are two ways to do this. Like you could also have an area 2D on every enemy, like a patrol cone or something, and then if the player enters that cone, then they're going to chase. So we could have another enemy type that works like that. We can have an enemy that always chases you the moment you leave this, and another one that only chases you if you are close enough, or maybe if they're looking at you. That would be a fun variation. But for now, let's do the safe zone one. And I'm wondering, do I want to make this a separate scene? And the answer could be yes. Because you can always like mess with the polygon, I suppose. And the thing is, so maybe the glitch is that you are out of the safe zone, you're not getting chased. By default, you get chased, but if you're into the safe zone, then you don't get chased. And the other enemy would be if you're in the danger zone enemy, that's when you get chased. Danger zone would be all of this or something that's close to the enemy. Right. So each enemy could be connected to a safe zone. Let's do this quick and dirty. Metal Gear Solid vibes, I wish. One of my favorite games, and my very first YouTube video was a let's play of Metal Gear Solid 4. Johnny lore right there. So, the quick and dirty thing that I want to do is the glitz enemy. The glitz enemy. Already. How do I find a node from the tree there? You loved Snake Eater. One of my favorites for sure. The one everyone mentions is the fight with the sniper fight. With so many ways to get through it. What a game. I've created a time paradox. So, on the glitz, get 3 should get me this in this level, in the scene level, and then I want to get the safe zone. But how do I do that? Do I do get 3 different way? I do get 3 a few times, but how do I get a node from the tree? Does ChatGPT know? Amazon, if you know, I trust you more than GitHub Copilot. It says get node safe zone. So is get node not a real thing? Because it wasn't like auto-completed. Claim that get 3 root will get us there. Maybe. And there is no get node by same unique name. All right. So take one. And then safe zone is going to be this. Can I just do it like this, actually? I'm sure there's a better way to do this. But hey, if safe zone, that's not how you do the connections anymore. We can find the names of these here in signals. So I guess we want the body entered or body shape. Yeah, because we're using reads bodies. Good. So not quite close enough. Good, I checked. Body shape entered. And here you give a name function. Which we can do in line for now. Don't know what it gets, probably not. Ah, this. We are gonna use the body. Body is player, correct? AI state is gonna be space. Or if body is hero. Now it's correct. That's why we named our hero class. And similarly, on save zone exited, then we go back to idle, but only if it's the hero doing these things. So, does this just work? No. What's it saying that this is not a real thing? What did we change here? I guess this was auto-completed for no reason. All right, the problems with AI copilots. All right, so no matter how long I wait, the enemies won't come to me. Let's see if they come to me as I enter. Did we get it? Looks like the answer is no. Debugger. So what's the error? Not node not found relative to root. So this one was not found. Why not? Copy node path. Insane. Ah, I guess it's because we're adding it after the enemies. I bet $10. Not the reason. It's not. I lost. So this thing, it's saying that this is not a real thing. Let's copy the node path and paste it anywhere. Looks like it's correct. So my question is this correct? Ah, so let's not do it like this. Let's do it the other way by exporting. That's gonna make it work. For sure. And we'll probably not be placing the enemies like this, so we should be able to make it happen. And then we get a nice autocomplete here. It will only show us areas 2Ds for this. So yeah, that's way better. It's way better, Steve. And on the same enemy, you could have a safe zone or a danger zone and on the fly do it. All right, so that was like a million. What happened? Oh, it has like a million variables. So once again, autocomplete, trash. No help. But interestingly enough, did we do it it also completed the wrong way. So if they are in the safe zone, then we want them to be idle. If they exit the safe zone, I want them to do this. All right, I think we're getting there. No debug errors. They are coming at us, unfortunately. So what was the problem? So yeah, you can see them laser targeting us and then ignoring us. But the initial one, see that again. I think that may be like a problem with the polygon. Whoa. Whoa. So, yeah. What's that about? Is it a different thing? So my problem is it that when we change like a zone, we can see like the purple zone here, we still get the area entered or exited? So yeah, it feels like the moment we get to the purple zone, we trigger it. This is quite interesting. Let's read the docs. Emitted when a shape 2D, there's a body, and there's a shape of this area. A local shape index. So do I need all of this? I guess I could make it so they only go into the chase scene when they happen to exit from the red one. But that feels weird. So we have this collision polygon. And it has a build mode. Solids, sure. So will just switching this work? Question by some, can I draw it as a big four-sided rectangle and then make a cutout? I think so. But it seems like this was the thing. Wrong. Lies. So it's fine so long as I'm in here. Good. But then I exit. Good. And I go back and I'm not safe anymore. Why not? So what did we do? They only do the edges, I guess. So what can I do so it will Well, I will do it the easy way, kind of like what Son is saying. So let's just do the collision shape, and let's just do 1. And oh, you can do a polygon here. So maybe that was the thing. Like by doing a polygon, then I have various different shapes, I guess. But how do I draw it? Surely I don't just set it like this without the editor. Surely not. I was expecting that I'd have like some tools here like before. Oh well. This could be anything. So let's just do a rectangle, because we know that you have to go through the door. Am I having the same problem? Ah, all right, so I can kind of see it. So the safe zone, for whatever reason, is here, which is fair enough. Because that's the top left of the viewport, I suppose. And that was my problem before. So let's try to do a collision shape. And in here, do the convex polygon. And then, does it give us anything? No. Doesn't look like it does anything. I'm sure it does something, I just can't figure it out. Anyway, rectangle time. This one I can see. And just say that this is the safe room. Move the safe zone. It's this. Put it here. You have to go through here to be safe. So no big deal. Like, we figured it out, I think. Let's see. So yeah, we have the safe zone somewhere. I don't particularly need to set it more. And I think now things should work. Because they start as idle, they don't want to come to us. We enter it, they still go to idle, but they were already on idle. And then we leave, bang. Something I didn't think of is that we can leave here and then they start. Oh no, that's why I didn't want to do that. Okay. That's why I wanted the polygon. Now I remember, now it makes sense. That's too funny. Right, so that's not gonna do it. I think I'll need to Google why can I not deal with this collision shape. Where is this again? Here. Okay. So it doesn't allow me to add like more points, it feels like. it feels like this, the convex polygon, should be the one that allows me to add more points. But I cannot. So it's Google time. How do I add points to whatever that was? Convex polygon shape 2D Godot 4. Create this, assign polygons to the polygon. How? They're trying to do it programmatically, I guess, here. Can you do it on the editor? And I just use the collision polygon. So it they are saying just use a collision polygon, mate. But why does it trigger stuff when I go into a different thing? So someone is suggesting the cutout idea. So we'd have like polygon, and this part would be like the cutout. But yeah, let's actually try a similar thing. I'm afraid that the same thing will happen, but hey, we're here to try stuff. It feels like the prime thing where it's like, why don't you use polygons? But hey. So what would happen if we had this guy and we also had this guy without a cutout even? Oh, we need to make this unique. That's kind of fun. My dog is snoring so peacefully, you can't believe. I also need to block the player from going through that lovely carpet, by the way. Easter egg. Alright, does this work as we expect? Yeah, the moment I switch areas, then they start coming at me. Which is the same problem we had with the polygon. So it feels like there must be a different way to do this. Godot 4 again. Area 2D. Collision layers and stuff. That's what we want. Maybe the actual Godot docs. Let's read them. So we can keep track if we haven't really exited everything, maybe. Where are these guys? Where are the body shapes? We have the local shape index. We can set it to only monitor the player as well, but... Alright, so there is the overlaps body. Maybe that would help. Let's see. I have a cunning plan. So on exited, we have a few things. We don't get the safe zone again. If the exit and the safe zone, what was it called? Overlaps body. Only then they go to chains. So they've exited that subzone, but if this is true, this is false, if flipping this is true, then it means we're not still in the safe zone. Which I think should work with our crazy 2 polygons. Yes. All right. Yes. Beautifully done. Kinda crazy that they don't have like a flag. It's like only count when you enter, when they exit all the safes. But I guess there is nothing saying that these should be contiguous. So it could be like this. So this would be exit and then they enter the other one. So that kind of makes sense. Now that I think about it. Like, as usual, things are as they are for a reason. Not because engineers didn't think enough. All right, so 3 shapes again. We can mess around a bit with these. And we can remove these guys. And I expect this would work the same. Even though now we have 3 polygons. So they're not coming after me, they're not coming after me. Great. They're coming after me. Oh my god. Cool. And then I go here and they each go to their spawn position. I can only assume, even though I cannot see them. Ah. Interesting. The screen sync doesn't work anymore because of the trick we did with a remote transform, I guess. Okay, that's something to fix offline. Can we disable this? And we only want to update the position here. So maybe quickly, let's call this hero transform. Remote transform. And the gameplay manager. How are we getting the camera here? Oh, I've seen a unique name. Beautiful. And then let's see if that would work. Green finished. Connect. Right, does this fix anything? No. Is this even running? It is. But it looks like updating the camera position does nothing. We know that the camera is here. If I were to do this, this kind of works. This kind of works. Ah, just do it on the offset, surely. So just instead of the position, we just do it on the offset. Someone says, I just witnessed a pathfinding example. I microwave some leftover pasta and meatballs, and my cat immediately initialized a pathfinding algorithm on the kitchen floor. Also, events, like microwave signaled there is delicious food. Cat was subscribed, immediately went there. Alright, we're back to screensaver, which is important. And once again, let's pretend this never happened. So the position now of the camera is handled by the user, by the remote transform here that we won't need to mess around with, I suppose. So our gameplay manager will not be changing its position to SvelteKit because the position is affected by something else. But we can update the offset to do this weekly thing. Good. The left edge could be a bit further since we're here. Just a bit. All right, so I think with all of that, my dog's pathfinding is a bit simpler than a cat's, as in she'll never get on countertop surfaces. They're baked out of the navigation map. I imagine with your cat, everything is game. Everything is navigatable. Cool. So that's cool. We could have like patrolling enemies, as we said. So the opposite thing of what we did. What we did was have the safe zone here and say this particular enemy, when you exit the safe zone, then they start chasing. When you go back to the safe zone, then they go back to their spawn position. We could have a similar thing, but inverse. Each enemy could have a radius around it, like a circle or something, or like a vision cone. And then if you're there, they chase you. But if you're not there, they leave you alone. So that'd be neat to do. Maybe neat enough to write down for the future. So more enemy types, make it more fun. More Metal Gear. More Metal Gear, better. Right, so collectibles. I have not sprinkled any collectibles. We can turn off the collision polygons in the navigation region and they will work the same, but allow us to actually see what we're doing. We have some food items that we can spray around, and the idea is that you'll have like a few in the beginning zone. And then you'll have even more. And we can do this programmatically as well. I would want them to keep respawning, but just to get the idea. And then in the end here, we'll have like a million. And we can make them kind of hover, like get attracted to the player. That could be fun. Anyway, you get the idea. These should work. Let's clarify. Block. Right. And what they do is that they are hard to see. I need a thicker outline. They give you a health back, but what we actually want to happen, whoa, payload, would be a score. That's how we get to having a game. So you better believe it's time for signals yet again. I think we'll keep like the food thing, which when the character is entered, then we restore the health of the character and we queue free. We delete this from the DOM. From the DOM. We remove this from the browser. But I guess what we also want to do, is it to emit a signal? Not sure. Maybe we would. If we do emit a signal, it would be, this is too intended. If we do emit a signal, it would be so our UI, our HUD would be able to subscribe to that symbol, signal, and update that we have 10, 15, 20 items. But it feels like a character inventory type of thing, so I guess our hero would have a count. Like a smoothie count, you're collecting smoothies. Collectible count. maybe have a signal broadcast the current amount of collectibles. Call it signal collectibles count chains, which is good because if we decide to do something where you eat, drink 10 shakes and then you gain 1 health but you lose them, you'd do the same thing. You'd call the collectibles chains method. You'd emit the collectibles changed signal. Or you'd call the collectibles, the set collectibles method, which calls that signal. Right, so let's export a collectibles group. And export an integer so we can do range. Yes, it will always be 0. But hey. It will always be an integer. You start with 0. Don't really need to export it, but hey. But we want to create a setter method for this. What do we call this? Took it. I see. So let's define a setter method. Or when we deliver the collectibles. Call it smoothies. Smoothies for smoochies. Could be the game, since the theme of the game is emoji heart, actually. Just came to me, thought it was funny. Anyway. Cool. So collectibles smoothies changed. And this, we wanted to have a setter method that's going to be the internal set smoothies method, which we can set smoothies new value int. It's this, and then emit the signal, and I think that's going to be it. But when does this happen? Yeah, good question. We have the food item. We could extend the food item and also call it, like have the smoothie, call it smoothie. And then it's always the milkshake, actually. Whatever. Or we know that this is a hero, so the body should have smoothies, and we just do +1, and then it will emit the signal, change the smoothies count, and all of that. How do we prove that works? We need a label. So we have our UI. Oh, by the way, let's confirm we didn't break things. Check out this pause screen that I've added. It is sweet, isn't it? Notice this pixel art highlight in your choice, so you know what you have selected and what's going to happen. Can restart, also works. Starts with the fade out. Cool. Can quit the game if you want, you can resume. All good. But I'm saying all of this because I was reminded of the UI for the pause screen. And I I guess we want to add to the attributes, call these things attributes, for better or for worse. So it's a vertical box container that has stamina bar and a health container. And I guess we'll want to replicate the health container here. So let's find this scene. Duplicate it. And call it the smoothies count. Open that scene. And instead of all of this, I guess it will have a food item and then a label. Let's make sure to call it smoothies count and detach this script. It will always have the food scene. Why not? Plonk it in there. And none of that, none of that, none of that. Put this inside the control so it will be aligned properly, the food. And offset it as needed. Sunday transforms. Yeah, I'll need to repaint one and then I will have 3 different powers. It'll be fun. 24, nope. 16, yep. All right. And after that, we just want the label. Which is gonna say, you know, like 0. Which feels correct if I make this be as big as it needs to be. So it's like 48, nope, 32. Ah, I see. So 32 by 32. And can I get in the center? Yeah. All right. Cool, I guess. In the HUD, let's try to get this in. So this is way too big. Is it? Maybe not. It's fine. Conversely, the food is way too small. So even bigger. But this means that this needs to be bigger. And the label should actually be X. Can I use emoji here? Probably not. Cool. So we have this. Have a reference to the count. I guess we can call this count. This actually has the unique name. And then we only update the count and move on with our lives. Right, how are we looking? Not too bad. Pretty good. what we want is our smoothies count to have a script. And take inspiration from our health container. Oh, it's going to be doing much less. Stamina container. Let's look at that one. So smoothies count script extends the horizontal box container. Sure. And on player smoothies changed, then we want to do something and confirm what we call this. Smoothies changed indeed. Smoothies changed, and this just takes an integer and therefore what we want to do here is something that I'll do in here because I want a reference. Like I like command clicking here, it's faster. And we want the count text to stringify the smoothies. So this should just work. Let's see. We start with 2 for some reason. So what have I done wrong? What do we have as 2? This could be it. Hero. Collectibles, smoothies, 0. He says. Set smoothies starts at 0, only called then, and our smoothies count script looks for smoothies changed. Weird. We'll see. Goes to 1, goes to 2, goes to 3. Right, so it's correct because it's starting. It should be starting at 0 and then gets a real count. I must have started with something else. The sprint reserve, ladies and gentlemen. Started with the smoothies, the current player smoothies. Come on. Alright, so starts at 0. This desperately needs sound effects now. Plonk, got him. Plonk, it's like, oh no. Plonk. Alright, and at any point you can return. Maybe the deeper you are, the faster the enemies become. Whoa. And if you make it there, it's like the payload. And we need to make them respawn as well. Every time you deliver, they respawn. Or on a timer, they respawn. Something like that. But you made it. You escape. You deliver them to the people here. In the drop zone. And you get a high score. And go again. I don't know. Starts looking like a game to me. I'm not gonna add any characters, but I'll add tables. And this mechanic, whether we don't want getting a smoothie, consuming it because you're going to deliver it, but you can do the sacrifice of you consume 10 to get one more heart. That could be cool. But I'd rather do this for now. And then we can have a nice game over screen that says, you collected this many, try again, depending on your successful deliveries. And the more enemies you have, or the stronger the enemies are, the better. So, we get an opening cutscene, the zoom out, and you can collect smoothies. Start at 4. Wait a minute. Are they getting collected by the monsters? Surely not. Oh my god. Are there smoothies in like the game over screen? That I get. You know they're not visible. Because I was too lazy. It could be. It could be that I'm running through the game over screen or something. And I'm getting the menu item of game over screen smoothies. That'd be quite silly. Indeed. Let's see if that's what's happening. So we have this food item. And collectible, what is collectible, if anything? That's something that only the hero can do. And then we have the handle character collectible. Great. So besides the food, let's create a duplicate. Smoothie. Drink. It could be, I guess, food recovers your health, drinks recover your stamina, and smoothies is what you collect. Or ice cream. Yeah, let's call it ice cream. So we have the ice cream scene here. My god, I call them smoothies. I'll refactor later, I promise. And I don't know what the sprites should be for that. Let's have a quick look. All right, there you go. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 96, 97, 98. So detach this script. That's another script. Copy all of the food script. Go to the ice cream script. Call it ice cream. Say that the options are ice cream, strawberry, and in the beginning put like randomize the value. So prophetically, son, you're right, we will have 3 ice creams. Well, the more collectibles you have, the slower you are. I love this. Way down by food. I can relate. So send ice cream. And ice cream Sprite. And we only want 3. I guess all of this could be in the main collectible class. But I guess my idea was that I could have different textures, I suppose. Little bug here. So what I should be logging here. It's a new food tab. Alright, so when the character enters, we want to increase the smoothies count, which I should change later. And then on the scene, look like this. They have this annoying thing with adding the outline. You can see the offset from the other one. Anyway, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter, he says, while being extremely annoyed by this detail that no one will notice. I have a shader to do the outline, but every shader that exists is all about doing the outlines in a single sprite that has just the one thing. But mine is an atlas of many things. Which means that if there is like another item here, it will do an outline for the other item. And it will look bad. But hey. Sometimes it's life. So on the food one, we still want food to restore health, but only ice cream is going to be doing the smoothies thing. Yeah, and I guess this could be doing body health plus equals 1 or whatever, like what the value is. But maybe it's better to have a bespoke restore health function. I think that makes sense. Maybe you want to spawn effects or whatever. I don't know. Instinct says that this is better, but reality says that I just figured this out. So yeah, I think it was that I was hitting these food items from the menus incredibly. But now, it's not the food items that I want, unfortunately. I want ice creams everywhere. Ice creams, I say. And we can make them shake all the time. Could be a twin or an animation, I guess. So yeah, all of these guys. Remove them. Put these things in. Maybe different color has different values. Doesn't really matter. Oh, strawberry. What are they actually? Who knows? Cream, chocolate, ice cream, mint. Some classic flavors. Maybe I need to reload the editor. Trying to turn it off and back on again. All right, so almost. I've made this a tool script, so doing stuff can affect other things in the editor, but sometimes you need to reload the whole editor for this to work. Mint, like everyone in the chat, absolutely mint. Cool, so now, let's see. We fixed the bug where my food items on my menu screen, I think, were getting picked up. But still, you can pick up the ice creams just fine. Great. And they don't restore your health. Great. But food items do restore your health. Good. See, when you get greedy and you want to get one that you missed, that's when you get hit. Right, so there is value there. We've created this collectible. Let's put a place that we want to get to, like a home base. And for that, I will look to the furniture. And add like a couple tables. I would definitely want bigger tables. But hey. Let's say that, where would we have like people? In this place with no windows. With your back nowhere in particular. Doesn't really matter. But yeah, let's do a couple chairs. Plonk, plonk. Where are these supposed to be? Single person counters. Anyway, we'd have someone here eating, I suppose, and you'd need to deliver to them. That's the idea. Oh, I can't do the chairs too close because they override each other. Well, it doesn't matter. It's gourmet experience for the ice cream, but it's supposed to be dates. So let's make them look like star-crossed lovers. All right. So I guess that makes sense. He says, and then changes his mind. It doesn't even matter, Johnny. All right, so the idea is there's going to be people on the tables, and if you go there with ice cream, then they get the ice cream, you get points. Like, this is your safe base, you go there, you bank your points. How do we do that? Do we need another label? Maybe. So maybe actually the current ice cream count like follows you around, so you know how many you have, like a little label that's coming at you. I like the debug as well. It's like the Terminator is hunting you down. Anyway, of course, in the HUD we're showing like the ice cream now. We're showing the smoothie, not the ice cream, but it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. We'll figure it out. The thing I've been claiming to do is that we go to this area, we go to the drop-off zone, we go to the safe zone, and then we bank our smoothies. We have the safe zone already. That's great. We could do it like that as a first stage, actually. So we will. When you enter the safe zone, then you bank your items. You don't need to go to the drop, but it would be fun. It would be fun to go to the drop-off zone, actually. So let's create another one. Good. I guess this would work the same, even trying to scan for this layer, the hero layer, not the monsters layer. Confirm. Yep. Yep. And the drop-off zone could be part of a tile set, I guess. Could have a tile set thing, could be its own scene. But let's just create it here. Area 2D again. Drop off zone. Instead of 0, 0, so do we make it a new scene? Yeah, just forget this ever happened. Let's do a new scene. Let's start from an area 2D. And let's call it drop-off zone. And let's say that it has a collision shape. Let's say that the shape is a rectangle. And let's say it's like this big. Let's call it drop-off zone, and it's gonna have a script. And who knows what we're gonna do. We are gonna put the drop-off zone where the tables are. So here. Could be even bigger, to be honest. Something to fine tune. But yeah, you go in this area, or in this area, then good things happen. Like maybe the tables and the characters are part of the drop-off zone. I'll think about that. But what happens in the drop-off zone? Could be kind of like the collectible. So let's copy everything from there. And it could actually, like if we extend the restaurant theme and it's not just smoothies and they want different things or different people want different things, it could accept anything. But we want to monitor and be monitored by the hero layer. So only care about the hero. And when the hero enters, then we want something to happen. What do we want to happen? I guess even the drop of zone is a could extend collectible. Like it's like a hero interactable, I suppose. Anyway, doesn't matter. What I want, and then we wouldn't need to like redo this again. Like the drop-off zone could be a collectible. And then we just re-implement. Should we just do this? Yeah, why not? So we just extend the collectible and re-implement. How do we re-implement? We can emit the signal, but then I guess we could emit the signal like this. So we could have like the banked smoothies or something like that. Yeah. So our hero character, we should change like all the smoothie reference to something else. And it would be like banked smoothies. The score. So if you have two players, then each one would have a different score as well. Or hearts, like with the heart emojis, like how much they love the food. And what type of signal do we want? Score, high score. Let's call it high score. And then but just for clarity, we could have Son says, off-topic question for another time, web dev related. Is there a concrete history of the term view model? The more experience you gain, the more unclear the term becomes. Interesting. It becomes more confusing as well, considering a popular way to do apps was by using the segregation of model view controller. The view model, I don't know, I'll need to look it up for another time for sure. It feels database related because in databases you define views and then you have like the model of the view, but maybe not. I'll need to look it up for sure. So public method this time. Drop off ice cream. So this would be doing two things. It would be doing smoothies. But I guess let's do set smoothies to this. But also set the high score. And this get done for us. And this is where you could have like multipliers, you know, like times 10 for your high score. For some reason. So yeah, score multiplier could be fun to do. Maybe the more enemies, the later in the game you are, the better. Or maybe the inverse, the faster you come back, the bigger your multiplier is. So just to remember this. Delivery score multiplier. Steps of 0.1, I guess. Or of 1. Feels like even this would be on delivery. And no need for a setter here. And we can just say this one. So this may increase over time as you do better, or maybe decrease as you do worse, or you take more time. We'll see. For now, it's just 1. Right. So, with all of that done, what do we want the drop-off zone to do? We want to call body drop-off ice cream, because we don't have ice cream for now. And all the ice cream that you have, I guess, that's used. post this for now. Sir. All right. So, does this kind of work? As at the beginning, I think we get like the ice cream here. Great, great, great. And then if I go to the delivery zone, it should probably have a different color. Plonk, we go back to 0. Great. So to make the UI kind of work, like we need this to sign, but that's not exactly what I want, or at all what I want. What I really want is to have a little label under the character of your current ice cream count, which we can hide when yeah, this is kind of fun to play. So we can hide this. This new label that we'll do. We'll have a label here with the running count of ice creams to deliver, and delivering them will actually increase this, which will be your high score. That's something that will take a while to explain, like to figure out how to explain to the user nicely, but we can do it. So our hero now, I think they have like just a label. Not quite. Do I want to change this to create a different scene for the smoothies count? I think so. So let's duplicate this. Call it deliverable collected ice cream count, or collected count, or collected running count. And open it. Crash happens to the best of us. Just let me cook. Right? Collected running count. And I still want the same things, I guess. Maybe I want the size to be smaller. And don't be lazy, let's do like an override here. I guess so. Maybe 48 more sense. the prefix. This is the count. And can I just do a texture rectangle here? And the texture could be from the food and drink icons. But can I clip it? So this has all my items. Can I have it only have like this one, for example? That would be nice. But maybe I cannot. Something to look into for sure. Was Atlas texture the thing that I wanted? Maybe that's what I wanted all along. And what is it? It's a resource. Let's see. It's promising. So this guy, if I give it this, what do I do? Okay, so I have this, then do I do? So from here, I guess I would only specify just the one. I guess so. And I think it's 48 by 48. No, it's 1616 actually. And what I want to pick is just the ice cream, I suppose. Right? And I can even pick one that already has an outline. Yes. Like this one. And I guess with the same Atlas texture, I can dynamically specify the region, I guess. So interesting. I can use this and I could make it. Just trying to think. Should I have like a different atlas for every food item? That's my question, I suppose. They're lightweight and aren't compact in pixels. So unclear whether I should make one for every sprite that I want to use or not. But hey, I am picking this one. Should I call it ice cream mint? Mint. And then in my smoothest count, collected running count actually, in this text rectangle, instead of this, I want to load the atlas. Mint. Perfect. And fit width proportional. So Windows in 2000 dev team, Windows strikes again in this stream. They brought in the term view model. Cool. I guess the cool thing with this is if I change my mind and I'm like, oh, I want the one without the outline or to do the outline dynamically, I can just change it here. Which is cool. Which is cool. Right, so that's the icon first. Then I need to mess around with this. And can I add a shader here? Actually. The same problem again with it actually looking around the grid. So I'm not gonna do it. But I was curious if that would fix my problem. The answer is no. The answer is no. All right, so but is the answer yes, actually? Like if I add margin, so this would add extra margin. But only like on the bottom right. I'll keep thinking about this, but I won't do it now. So we want the icon. That's good. The size of this, should it be even bigger? Maybe. Interesting. It thinks this is smaller because it doesn't count the outline. Interesting. What are we doing here? We have the outline count. We don't want the script. And we want to go to our hero and add a collected outline count. And Sonos is pretty cool. It returns the memory size right there. Yeah. I think Godot is going to be an awesome library. How fast it responds to so many things and how much information you have at a glance. I'm very impressed. Very, very impressed. It looks like it was made by people that have encountered interesting problems. Right, so is this ridiculously big? I guess the answer is yes. I guess I could scale it at this stage. Let's be unreadable. We'll find out. Whoa. All right, how does this look? So it follows me around. It does get hidden, which is quite funny. But we'll fix this. And we want it to update every time you collect an ice cream. We're getting there. So, in ordering, there should be a Z index. Let's do like 5 for a UI element. Should also work in this scene. Interestingly enough. Oh, these are flipping out. They're staying in their spawn point. If I take them away, they want to go back. Quite funny. Take them for a ride. Alright, so I think that's readable, I would say. So what did I do here? Half the size. So probably it's the outlines, that's why I didn't want to do anything. Alright, I can figure this out on my own later. The important thing is now with the hero, this collected running count, we want to update it. Correct? But then we do need a script. We do need a script. We could make this have editable children, I suppose. Maybe that's the easiest thing. Would be exporting like a method and then this thing calls the method bitmaps. Or this subscribes to a signal, actually. Yeah, let's do that. Yeah, let's add a script here. We don't need a class name for everything because we're not going to be extending this, but hey. So smoothest count here. It's probably what we want. And what do we call it? Random count here. Let's call this. Give it a scene unique name. Subscribe to high score changed. What do we call it? High score changed. So now it should automatically connect to us. Let's see. We're in the restaurant scene. Collect 1, 2, 3, 4. It's updating the wrong one for some reason. Wait a minute. So collected random count. Ah, it's the opposite. All right, so the smoothest count, we do want it to be this. It's gonna be the ice cream count. And this one is gonna be what we wrote before. So I think now this will somehow just work. Let's do it, the controller. So getting an ice cream should update the small one. Yes, yes, yes. I say yes, nothing happens. Too confident. Collected random count. Smooth is changed. Should adapt to this. And update this text. But it doesn't do it. Why? Why not? And the other things should still count as smoothies, right? And we're talking about this. The count is accessible here. And what's the ice cream doing? It's updating this. So this is running. Is this running? Ah, right. So this doesn't exist, but its owner should be this. Yeah. So how do I connect this to the owner? I could do this programmatically. I could do this in the UI. So in the UI, you can always come here, go to Node, go to the signals, and see all the custom signals you created, and then say, oh, this, I wanted to connect it to like something else, like here. But I do like to do things programmatically. So is it get tree? Nope. I guess if I'm gonna do this, and I can just do it already locally there. So how do I get the parent of this? This now? Yeah, I'll do it the other way. I'll do it the other way. But since I'm here, wherever I say smoothies, right? And we have the drop off method, which should actually be drop off ice creams, I think. All right. And I will do the signal connection the old school way. So ice cream contains. I want to connect it to this guy. On here, ice cream contains. Pick this one. Connect. Wait a minute. How do I specify that? Disconnect. How do I specify that the signal gets parameters? Have I been doing this wrong all along? will specify it here, Johnny. Makes sense. Great. All right, so now should be a bit happier. Great. I would hope that it would have stopped me to create handler methods for these that don't take these methods. Oh well. High score changed, not the one I want. Ice cream count changed, that's the one I want. And I want to connect it to the collected running count. And I want to do this. And this has been programmatically connected. So it gets this little signal. It appears here too. All right. Are we working now? Restaurant view. Whoops. Something is still calling smoothies. And drop of ice creams. Drop of ice cream count. All of them. And we call this still smoothies count. Oh well. And on this guy, we want to use different scores, really. All right. Did we get there? Ooh. All right, so we're getting the little count. Let's see if we get the high score. Yes. So more particle effects and fanfare, but it's working. And we'd want to respawn the items and all of that good stuff. One more. And yeah, you could have a multiplier according to how long people were waiting for, that sort of thing. But I think we are in great shape. Great shape indeed. Anything else? Like, I would like to make this area like glittering, so it's a bit more obvious that you drop them off there. But instead of that, I will just paint the ground a bit different. So this was bothering me. Perfect. Game's perfect now. Ah. And we could only show the label. I guess we do need it here. When you do the drop off, you still need the label. Is there like an opacity? Is there an alpha property? I'm thinking for our cutscene, we could have this. be transparent. So let's see. Do we have like a restaurant level? Yeah. Oh, can twin the camera. But we don't want to twin the player. I think we have access to the player. Eventually we will have access to the player, to the hero. And we'd only want to show this count after the cutscene ends, but doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Let me look at my agenda, because I think this may be it for today. Oh, game over and restart. That would be cool to do. So maybe that's gonna be our last thing. Like 3 hours, 15 minutes in already. Let's do our game overflow. I think we officially have almost a game, because we have the gameplay loop of you need to pick up ice cream, look, dodge the enemies, this may kill you. And drop it off to get like high score. We need more visual indicators that you've done this, and we need to respawn the loot drops, or have them randomly spawn. But I think we have a game, almost a game. In order to have a game, we need a game over screen. That will tell you that's how well you did. So when you go to 0, it's game over, man. Game over. Tell me where this reference is from. While I think about how to do this, in our hero character, Sunset has different enemy patterns for sure, and I do have some ideas. So I've mentioned the one that like Metal Gear Solid vision cone is looking for you, but I found this cool sprite of this menacing robot. So in the end, you just have one that just goes across this the screen. So that's 3, maybe 4, one that shoots projectiles at you, like mini fireballs for some reason or something. So yeah, this would be more than enough, and would be more fun. And maybe you don't even know what enemies you'd get, like it wouldn't be all 4 of them on every run. Maybe you'd get more difficult ones, or maybe it'd be a surprise and you'll need to think of your toes, on your toes, according to how many you got. Yeah, having different enemies would be fun. I love fireballs. What if I put the things I love the most together and I had purple fireballs? Wow. That'd be something. So, on the hero script, also I've added this plugin on VS Code called To Do Tree, which I'm not sure how good it is, but it's kind of fun. I mentioned things that I want to do later, or that are bugs, and I can see them all listed like this and go to the files that they have. What I used to do is just search for like to do, and then I get there. But I like this visualization. Anyway, I thought that I had a to do for game over, man. Game over. But I don't. For some reason. But in our heroes script, we have a to kit. Great. And here you go. There is a to do, but I didn't put it in like a comment. So I guess this thing only looks at comments. Oh well. So if your current health is less than 0, then game over, man. Game over. In the gameplay manager, do we have a toggle game over? I guess the answer is no. It feels like this is the thing that should know to game over or restart. So let's do it here. And what should we do? Let's see. We have like a HUD thingy here that does nothing in particular. We do have a game over screen, which also does nothing in particular. But it is part of the HUD. Let's have a look. So this screen, we have the game over screen hidden. What's this? Which could be mentioning split ice cream cone graphic on the floor. Wow. Writing this down straight away. So, great idea. Maybe according to however many you had. And it is one of the biggest tragedies indeed. Maybe you have like a little cat on the background that's like sipping on it, so you get a bit of a laugh. Yeah, game over screen, it should know your high score as well. Like I won't design the screen now because I don't have the skills even to put like some sprites together. But what I want is to toggle its visibility, right? It feels like that's the thing we want to do. We have the HUD. The HUD could have something that makes it so the game over screen. And the HUD is also like a child of this. So should this be a global? Not sure. Gameplay manager. Have I ever done? I did do game over at some point. Quite helpful. Oh, each level has a game over screen, and then it just finds it like this, like from the HUD, and makes it so, and that's it. All right, I do think this should be on the gameplay manager, and how we get this path, is that fine? Maybe not. Unclear. But yeah, that's an interesting way to do it. So let's do it again. So instead of doing it here, or in the timescale thing, we want to steal and put in the gameplay manager. So gameplay manager, focus. We can get it. This accesses the root of the tree, I guess, and then we go to the HUD, and then we get the game over screen from there, which I guess is fine enough. So, and in our hero, much like we do the sake, screen sake, maybe we can even do like a bigger screen sake, I guess. The hero has access to the gameplay manager. Uses it in the same method, actually. So we call this And that should be it. You play the sad sound effect, like wah, wah. So, does the HUD have a game over screen? It does. It doesn't need to be scene unique name. I don't think so. Gameplay manager HUD. This has a script. Should I make this so the game over screen? Should it be a signal? Should it not be the gameplay manager? Not sure. So I definitely like the idea more that the HUD knows what the game over screen is. So here, it's cool. So it's a real thing, and then this has like a public method. So game over screen. Void. Clearly my energy levels are running out, but we can do it. Come on. Right, so we have this. What does this do? Who knows? Is this is like a base method? Not sure. And then gameplay manager. How does it have access to the camera? Just like this? Sure. So it can have access to the HUD as well. Why not? And then, oh, was this extra D that did the damage? Maybe. Maybe not. So HUD. So game over screen. Because maybe the gameplay manager knows that you have a few lives or whatever. Who knows? Let's see. That still works. But we need like the we need to stop being able to play. Didn't quite handle game over. Okay. Fun. So more things to do with the hero here. Is it the process that we need to deactivate? What do I deactivate? Test physics process. Set physics process false. Could be. I will need to add like an animation. Still works. Restart does restart correctly, so that's nice. But yeah, this does nothing. Yeah, freeze method, yes. So I think it's like a sleep or something. Deactivation, I've said can't sleep to know. So for performance, I guess this thing, if gravity forces, if physics forces are not getting applied, the thing can sleep until something gets applied to it. But because sometimes this game doesn't have gravity because it's a top-down game, if there is no input, this thing doesn't get physics forces, so it would be sleeping. And then when you try to move it, it wouldn't be moving because it'd be sleeping and you need to wake it up again. That's why I've said can't sleep to no, actually. But is it just freeze that I want? No editor hints. Even my computer has had enough. Just freeze. Yeah, so what's a freeze mode? Who knows? I was hoping that this would see. Maybe you won't be able to move, but other things would be able to drag your body. Your body. Could be. Anyway, let's see if you had exactly the right word for freeze. Yes. So all we need is like another animation, but you're kind of hidden probably by the letters. So you should be fine. Here's on, like you unfroze my brain on that one. So here's a nice to do. Knocked out, frozen. All we need for the game over screen is to also show the high score, I guess. So let's have a look. So in this background that have like the cool sprite with the fallen ice cream, the saddest story in the world. Maybe another label. I guess could be the score count. Yeah, if we have a speedrunner get to 99999 points because they've managed to hack and keep playing after the game over, that's when we made it, indeed. You scored X points. Alright, so the hand itself should know what this is, but I guess this label as well, we want it to be reactive. I guess. This smoothies count, which is not smoothies anymore. This is the thing that gets updated, I guess. So the only thing that should be subscribed here is the smoothies count, which we could put in the middle there. I'm tempted. I'm very tempted. Let's see. Let's create a new scene. Table. And doesn't matter what we put here, because we'll call this high score label. And we want to save it as a component, maybe the UI component. Since UI components high score label. And we want a script. I guess it's the current score label if we're splitting hairs, but hey. And what do we have? We have this discount, which is the high score, the current score actually. And we kind of want to copy all of this, in the high score label. I want to subscribe to this. And then it does everything by itself. Million scripts open. And then in our smoothies count, instead of the count, and instead of having a script, really, doesn't need a script. I think we can just pass in as the last thing here, the high score label. I'm feeling exceedingly clever doing this, just so you know. And maybe I'll already call this like high score count. And we say that we don't need this anymore, and we can rename this. This current high score count, then things should still work. Do they? It looks like they do. Plonk, plonk, plonk. All right. And why am I doing all of this? I'm doing all of this because in the game over screen, instead of you scored X points, what I want is another horizontal container that is gonna have like 1,000,000 labels. But also the high score label in the middle. And if only I could align this in the center, just by pressing a button like an absolute legend. I think we've done it. Let's go to the project settings as well to do something I should have done ages ago, and say that we want to start with a restaurant scene. Game should start like this. All right. Are we cooking? I need to bank points. No. Come on, man. All right. So now, ta-da! And you restart 0. We don't remember your high score, but that's fine. And what happens if you die without banking anything? You could have a special game over screen. Like, you did nothing, man. You should do better. Restart. Surely you restart. Yeah, some banter according to how well you did or didn't would be good. And the gather area for the ice creams would be bigger. I will make them shake a little bit. That's always fun. Make them wiggle a little bit, but also make them gather to the player. And maybe you can even upgrade your abilities and like increase your collection radius, the magnetism, like those things. Cool. I picked up this icon. Proving what I was saying. That these are pickupable. So I should probably fix that. But that's a story for another time. I think we'll do like the final demo and be done with it. Almost 4 hours in. Thank you, Son, for saying we're almost there. It is starting to feel like a game. I think after next week's stream, I'll make it uploadable to itch.io so you can play it and tell me how it feels and what we can add in like the final sprint. And like, I'm sure that on one of the tables or somewhere like in the decor, I could still have a laptop. So I will try to sprite a laptop that has like a blue screen. It feels like we'll have time to do something like a little fun like that. But no one will know, but I'll make sure to tell them and they'll be like, oh, nice. That was a cool idea. Alright, so many things. What name? Can you talk about Svelte here? For sure. We've done a lot of Svelte over the years, even though we're doing a month of Godot. So why not end with something like that? So please do. More features that we can do here. We may leave for next time according to whether I manage to do them over the week or not, or on Saturday most likely. But yeah, at some point we'll do the demo. So chat questions about Svelte. What name? Let me have it. Let me know. Let me know before we do our final demo and call it a day. But this was fun. I'll definitely want to do like more level design as well. Like I've kind of haphazardly put all these things here. You can do more with decor. Just a proof of concept of, can things chase you through these things? Is it like any fun at all? And we got somewhere. It would be fun to break it up with different enemies and not just some that just get you, just chase you. And maybe with every delivery there is a new enemy type, or there is more enemies, something like that, which gives you more of an incentive to get all the collectibles every time you go, because every time you retry, then it gets harder and harder. But maybe there is a higher multiplier. Maybe. So first it's like kind of the training one. Get as many as you can. So what name says, I've been doing live creating Svelte projects. Yes, we've done quite a few. And you've started learning Golang for the backend and have done React in the past and want to get into Svelte. That's great. I strongly recommend Svelte, especially to beginners or people that are familiar with backend and other languages as well, because it is more likely to teach you HTML, CSS, and JavaScript fundamentals than React. React, of course, is very popular, is very good, but it does have idiomatic React things that you'd need to know, like hooks or JSX, for example, that aren't HTML. They are things that maybe in 10 years we won't have anymore. Even though React is so popular, you'd have to know. What Name is saying is it's easier getting your head stuck with JS-related issues to fix problems. Yeah, so that's pretty much what is my opinion as well, and why when I show generic things, I usually show them with Svelte and SvelteKit, because they are closer to like vanilla HTML and CSS. If you want to start with Svelte, I do recommend starting with SvelteKit already. There is the Svelte tutorial, which is interactive and quite good, but I haven't done it in a while because there is like a million features. It teaches SvelteKit. I do recommend starting with it. It will remind you of some of the things you already know with React, but get a little feel of the language itself. But it doesn't really matter because your first real project, once you get a bit fed up with this, should be making a classic app that fetches some data from a backend or database directly or something and renders them in a page, and then you can paginate to a different thing. Something that I've done that I like, you can actually go to docs.johnify.com, and there are a few starters that I have that you should ideally just follow along the live streams and make them yourself. So if you haven't already seen the Paulina Puppers portfolio stream, I think that's a great entry point, because it's the first one I did with like the current version of Svelte in quite a while. So I go through more of the fundamentals there, what you can do with Svelte, how do you start from with the wizard, how do you work with CSS in general, CSS in style tags in a Svelte component, and CSS with Tailwind. So, and we keep increasing the complexity. It is a long live stream, but we do quite a lot of cool things here. And eventually we do make it to the next live stream that is something that talks to a database, and we keep increasing the complexity through the live stream series. It's highly likely that after we do this October with Godot, I will do another one again, starting with the current version of the SvelteKit wizard. But yeah, to recap, great question. The first thing would be try the Svelte interactive tutorial, see how far along you can get. No need to get too far along, just get a good feel of it. Even I haven't done this. And I do think that you can start this playlist even if you haven't done the tutorial. Again, I would recommend having a look at the tutorial and knowing that even I haven't gone through all the things that it has, because it covers everything and Svelte has too many features. But you can start from here, because we start, like, the only things I really assume that you know is that you have managed to get a version of Node, and you have a terminal, and you know how to run commands in your terminal, you have npm, and that sort of thing. But we go through the SvelteKit wizard, which creates a simple project for you. I talk about the opinions that are there, but I think you can, because we talk about fundamental HTML and CSS and all of that, you don't need Svelte specific knowledge to get there. Son says, shouts out the Discord channel, for sure. Like, every comment I do reply in the YouTube video, so if you have questions, let me know. And the Discord channel as well, get in there and ask me questions. Udemy, I haven't seen any particular courses. I haven't searched much for SvelteKit courses, but I do find that the quality of some courses is quite low. Not because, you know, my videos are like amazing or the live streams and all of that, but I do think the quality of a lot of the courses is lacking. I know that I've done a Swift course, and I was like, wow, this is literally an AI voice with probably ChatGPT generated script going over things cobbled together without a real course plan. And anything fun? My shorter videos are easier. They're not like 5 hours long where we stumble along together and we code. But if you're looking for like a breakup point, maybe have like a little thing from the short videos. I have another channel with even more videos there, but doesn't really matter. I do suggest the Paulina Puppers one, so I think that's the one that's best. You're a beginner with Svelte and SvelteKit, you want to dive into it. I think it will show you how to solve some area problems that you'll for sure have. Stop talking, mate. But yeah, the SvelteKit Learn series was also an interesting one. But I think it's more complicated. That's why I'm thinking about this. So I would say the Paulina Puppers one. And you can go to the docs.sonify.com and find the playlist there as well. And unlike Udemy, you know, this one is free. The live streams are free. And drop by the Discord, let me know how you get on, because it's a question others have, so your feedback would be very valuable for what I'd say in the future. Son says you're making a Svelte developer map. That's amazing. That's amazing. Right. So if that's it, I think I will do the final demo and call it a day. Great, catch you on the Discord. And I hope you don't mind that we're taking the October off doing game dev. I think it's important to learn to do new things. I guess that's how I picked up Svelte in the first place, and I wasn't stuck just doing React. And I picked up React because I wasn't stuck doing Angular, and I picked up Angular because I wasn't stuck doing just PHP. It is important to broaden your horizons, I think. And it's cool to see how some things are the same and some things are different in every language and every project. Right, so what I actually want. Someone says it's nice to fix problems in a completely different environment. The thing with web dev and app dev is that if you look hard enough, someone just wants you to export a CSV and parse data from a CSV. That's like the end boss of any app development, really. Like all its Excel spreadsheets all the way down. But now with game dev, it's like, oh, it's like similar things. You won't invent buses and that sort of thing. But no one wants me to create to export to a CSV. So that's different. That's new and fresh. I like it. All right. Final demo for today. What have we done in the 4 hours that we've spent today and the other live stream that we've done before? So we have this game that now zooms out as you start. We'll be adding a real cutscene here. We also have controllers, suppose, so I'll be playing with the quieter Xbox gamepad now. Since the last live stream, I did add offline this particle effect with the little smokes and the DAS. If it's lagging a bit on my stream, I assure you that it's buttery smooth and looks awesome. This room, the entrance room where you'll be satisfying the customers, I suppose, is the one that is the most designed and looks nice. Everything else is placeholder. We'll make it happen. But your goal will be to go into that area there and pick up as much ice cream as you can and then deliver it to these people. Deliver it to these people that don't exist now, but I'll be adding people here, NPCs. Maybe they come in through the door and then they see it, and that's your significance for the multiplier or something. I don't know, we'll figure it out. But the important thing that we did is add enemies that can navigate through the obstacles that are inside this course. And we should have moving obstacles as well at some point. Anyway, we have enemies that get alerted to your presence the moment you step in, and they start chasing you. And I have the debug mode on, so you'll see cool red lines the moment you step in. So let's see how it works. We've also added the actual collectibles that you can get. The ice creams are the ones you want. Here's the enemies. So you need to avoid them. And if you're greedy, you can keep going back to catch the things that you didn't. You are faster than the ghosts, but not that fast. And it's physics-based movement, so it may feel a bit junky, but I think that's what makes it fun. I will be tweaking the parameters for sure. Whoa, and I have this cool after image dash as well. Maybe getting replenished when you pick up some sort of items. I need a good differentiator for the items that you pick up to restore stamina and health versus the items that you pick up to deliver. So the moment I went here, there is an invisible drop zone area that converts the ice creams that I picked up from this part of the page, from here, from this running count, to the high score count to the left. And I picked up this as well again, which I should fix eventually. I've made this also be pick upable, sadly. Anyway, so you can do another run. I should work more with the edges so that guy won't get stuck again. The moment you go to the safe zone, then these people, these ghosts, blobos, enemies, go back to their spawn points, which is kind of neat. The moment I get here, this goes to 0. This gets added upon. And that's the gameplay loop. Things should keep spawning for every delivery, maybe more enemies every time you do a delivery. And these things can hit you. When they hit you, you get like a screen shake, get the hit animation, and then it's game over. And for some reason, the freeze now didn't work. I don't know why, but we did make that work eventually. Oh well. Yeah, game over tells you how many you picked up. So the thing that you've picked up now doesn't count. If you got too greedy and you died, then it doesn't count. And that's about it for what we did today. That's pretty cool. Restart logic. So what name also asks, how frequently do I go live? I used to do twice a week, but now because I'm super busy with contract work, it happens. I am only doing Sundays. We'll see how long this lasts. And yeah, of course, join with in the game dev month as well. So for now, it's going to be every Sunday around 3 p.m. Barcelona time, but it depends. We'll be doing this live. It used to be Tuesdays and Fridays. Maybe we'll go back to the schedule, but for now, it's going to be Sundays. We'll see. I'll definitely let you know. On the Discord, there is a channel called Feed, and there, like 10 minutes before every live stream, I send an update saying that, oh, we're going live. But the rough idea is, for now, every Sunday, around 3 Barcelona time, I'll be going live, and great to see you there. So that was the demo for today. The goals for next Sunday, on Saturday, I'll definitely spend some time trying to add more features, like make this thing not be able to be collected, which is quite funny. Definitely some bugs like that to iron them out, but I don't know how much I'll manage to do. We definitely want more enemy variety, like increase the stakes every time you do a delivery. I think that's a good idea. But yeah, more impactful hits, like more particle effects, more stuff, more game, more juice. We'll see. But I think we're getting there. I think we're like, this is officially a game. Like if the GameJam ended tomorrow, I would, well, clean up what I could, if anything. But if not, it's a game. You can play it. There is an end condition. So now it actually managed to get me stuck. So interesting how freeze was that time. And my little doggy has woken up. So that's the last thing we'll see today as a special treat to me. If she will let me grab her. Amerina. Opa! Alright, so this is my big doggy. We've been doing live streams for a long time. Even before she was a little pup. She's almost 2 years old now, and she's absolutely massive. And she's the best girl in the world. Summer, do you still like the mic? Not thrilled. Not thrilled. Thanks everybody for watching and spending a bit of time with me today, especially everyone in the chat. Thank you. What name? If that's your real name, thank you, son. And I'll catch you all later. Have a lovely Sunday and week ahead. See ya.